Oh, it's the beta out. I forgot about that. I mean, I do have other plans as well. Oh, fuck, that's actually not a bad shout. Alright, I'll think about it while I got the dog out. Hang on. June 26th. Oh, no, it's 26th. Yeah, I see it here. Never mind. Man, fucking... Damn it! Oh, were they? I didn't catch the stream. No. Man, I've been playing a bunch of Peak in my spare time as well. Fucking cleared it 3 times now. Any plans a Peak later? No. Might, depending on the general consensus of me streaming, I haven't heard much from anyone else, but I might be doing Repo. I've no idea how to play it, obviously. Oh shit, yeah, I have no idea what's going on, but, you know. Doing what now? You heard me. Maybe discrepancy. Oh, it's fine, I just auto-filled this way. How many? I think 6? I don't think it's modded at all or anything. I think we are playing the like standard, like, you know, just very basic Repo. Nice, nice. Yeah, like, I didn't want to get into the game, realistically, if I couldn't play it from scratch, like, the way it was meant to be done. Why have I lost health? The fuck? It's fine for first try. Which is ultimately, like, how I want to do it. Oh shit, I was looking. Fuck, that was a bad start. That's kind of cheap, yeah. I mean, actually, I don't know. It depends what the game's like. I don't know if that's cheap or not, but... Get back. Did I lag? Because I tried to dodge that and I got like a big old fucking fat frame skip. That was weird. Okay, I guess I should have probably waited a bit for the game to load. Doesn't feel cheap, to be honest. Which is fair. Like, I don't know what the game's like, so... Can't really say much. Was there behind floating me there just now? Such a cunt. Literally about to do the fucking heavy oh shit, right. Alright, let's give this a go. cheap. What the hell? Wasn't even in the front of that attack. Oh, I did a standard. I don't know why I standard blocked that. I should really try and parry it. Oh, I don't have my Fable. What? What happened to my Fable arts? Is that what Electric Shock does? Oh, that's awkward as hell. I was gonna fucking nuke her there. What? Drains your flavor once you take more damage. I always thought it was just more damage.
Oh, Sir Simon. Only you were the one.
Congrats. Was it my second try? I thought I was going to be here longer. Alright. I had a lot of practice, to be fair, but yeah, easy. Huh. Cool. Sad Zealot. Interesting. And Xbox has to be harder, right? We'll see, I guess. Level up. It's gonna have to be health at this point. I need to start getting health. This shit hurts. I'm probably gonna go till 20 or something. Teleport. What's this? A crap? Didn't expect. I expected like a couple more runs, or like a lot more runs before I cleared this, but I was. Oh man, like I was so ready to fucking. As soon as she staggered, I was ready to drop the Fable hit, and I was like, "Why is it not working?" I fucking had a panic attack. You could have broken her shield during phase 1, by the way, and it would stay broken in phase 2. That wasn't the biggest problem for me anyways. The shield did minimal damage, you know. Like, it was annoying. Like, it was a quick hit that she would normally hit you with. She never blocked with it. But, yeah. I need to speak to you.
At the House of Anini.
Wait, who was that I need to speak? Oh, was it him, I think.
With unsurpassed, as she entered immortality, she seemed at peace. Her fate is all thanks to you.
Oh, right.
As for me, I am... It feels like, thus I plan to erase my heart and become,
is she
despite
dead?
how it ended. I thank you
I guess she
for
died.
the kindness. Welcome.
The last 3 Mantonia. Yeah, she's perished, I guess. Let me go check on her. She did hit you a few times in total with it. Yeah, but like what I mean is it's really weak. If anything, it just kind of like knocks me back and gets me hit by the sword. You know. Oh yeah, she's just fucking perished. Alright. Cherry-scented letter. The wonderful gentleman who gave my precious time back to me. That time I met you was light itself, whether you're that child or not. I think you're a kind, precious child. Thank you for giving me joy. Thank you for giving my joy back to me in my last moments. To the young gentleman who resembles Carlo. There it is, Antonia Sarasani. Karasani? Oh. Probably go grab the gold coin. Probably get some more stamina. I really am not using the stamina thing, but the problem is that I don't know what else to use the cube on. Like, other than maybe health regen. Not the best. I can't. The guy's dead. I killed the dog.
Stalker.
He gets a replacement. He does. I haven't found his replacement. Mr. I might do the HP one. I don't know. I think I'll do the HP one. Fuck it. Let's not do that one today. Let's just get 10. And then switch it out and like just use it for emergencies. Met in the swamp should be where fake Alidora was. I don't think I saw anyone there. Have a look. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind.
Hey, I didn't think we'd meet again. I've just come back from the relic of Trismegistus. And I had no idea it was connected to the hotel. I should add that to my map. It was grim work out there. I found the real Alidoro. He's dead. I buried his body and collected his belongings.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm an explorer, not a fighter, so you would know. Is this what?
Okay. What's this? Fury dot. Yeah, I don't have the currency for it. That would have been so nice. That would have made everything so much easier. Upon a successful guard, weapon durability is not consumed. Sad Zelatago. Ouroboros' eye. Get New Game Plus. What is this? It says sword, but what is it? I'm almost tempted to buy it, but I think I'll hold off until I hit the DLC. I'm really happy with the umbrella right now. I need to keep an eye on the Discord actions. There we go. I'll hold off on it for now. Where's that there? Okay. Is that everything? Nope. What's this? Where is it? Isabella Street. Oh, the guy! The guy who wanted to head over here. The fucking mutated dude. The really tall one. I can't remember his name. He looked like one of the gunners. I don't know where I'm going to find him, though. Unless he's right next to the Stargazer, which would be nice. Out here, maybe? Nope. Okay. For God's sakes, where is this guy? Never find out what was doing that singing. I don't think I ever found out who was doing that fucking... whatever that was. Is this the alcoholic lady? Is she still alive? The PNG looks fine. Where is he? Come across a Banshee though. Could be fun. Close that distance way quicker than I thought he would. Is this the crazy woman? No, this is... Ah! Oh, this is the one that explodes. Try going the other way. Because I just remembered what's down there and I kind of don't want to go there. But then again, I also sort of remember what's over here, but I feel like without the clown this isn't too bad. Let me head up here. This guy real quick. Oh, there he is. Forgot about that. Fucking hell. Oh god, the child.
Hey, over here.
How's he just standing? Aren't the puppets supposed to attack him?
Nice to see you again. I thought if I got a second chance, I'd go to where my heart's content. I never expected to get out alive. Oh, it's overwhelming, even now. I want to take a look at what I have. I grabbed a couple of things before taking off. It's a new life, a new attitude, and simple pleasures like ordinary conversation. Nice loot, yeah? If you need anything...
Okay.
I used to be a fan of the actress Patricia. Not the red actress Adelina, but her sister.
The one that she murdered.
Patricia had an angelic voice like her sister. If she'd become famous, they would have called her the White Goddess. But her career was cut short. She took poison and ruined her throat. I've only read other memories people had of her songs. You should have something transcendent like I survived. So I'm seeking out...
Yeah. But what he saw.
Did I go sightseeing? You bet I did. It's the Heart of Krat. The theatre, the Ferris wheel. There's so much to see. Although, most of it has burned down now, I suppose. The most fascinating thing, I couldn't believe it. The writing on the back of a made puppet. I read memories, but still, any way you look at it, it's the made puppet's words. Probably designed like that. What kind of puppet would write that stuff?
What did it say?
It was weird. You should see it for yourself.
Okay. Oh, there's her. That's the. I forgot her name. What's this? Crystal axe. That looks like a fucking hammer, but okay. He's not really carrying much good. I could probably get the outfit though. How did he get her clothes? Don't worry about it. Nah, I prefer the, this gives me more of a penguin look. Okay. just head back. Most recent film. I'm actually kind of surprised how easy that second phase was. Like, don't get me wrong, it was hard overall. But I think I got really lucky on that one. Because she landed so many fucking hits on me and I was out of fucking heals. Could have gone a lot better, but... you know. Could have also gone a lot worse. Easier, how'd you perfect block the projectiles back at her? Yeah, but I was only gonna do it for where it needed me to do it. Like I wasn't happy about being forced to perfect block, so I wasn't gonna do it by my own choice either. So we're gonna have a second boss. It's her! It's the lady! She like ripped apart from underneath? Like is she just the top half of her body at the moment? God damn.
Save me.
Oh, God.
It hurts so much. I want to be free. Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice. I think she wants to live, but what will you do? You have to decide. You, not me.
I'm gonna fucking kill her, man.
Keep
What do
her
you mean?
alive, perhaps against her wishes, or give her
Like, at
peace.
least pose me. I mean, I think I
It's your
understand.
call.
Oh, I have to make it now. Give her peace. Like,
Thank you.
you could at least say, if you do this, then this will happen. If you do that, this will
So
happen.
much,
Like, if I understood
so
correctly,
much torment.
if I kill her... Actually, I don't know what will happen. Something will happen with the ergo, but...
My
I was about to say, maybe I can farm levels.
I will be with you to the very end.
I accidentally fires the cannon. Just like explodes out the back. It's a permadeath is the reason why you can respawn. Yeah, yeah. Basically, like the whole world will change. The entire gameplay just changes based on this. What the fuck? Have I been painted over? Oh. God damn. I'm fucking going phase 2. Let's do it. Holy shit. You're old now, yeah. My blue fairy. What did I get ergo? I actually didn't pay attention to what I just looted. The hell did I just loot? It wasn't this, was it? The shadow flower? Did she not actually give me any ergo? You greedy bitch. What the hell? Where's my fucking ergo? God damn. I thought it was mine. So Why are you so... Oh, you just missed it. I killed the blue lady. She was like being tortured in here. And I put her to death. So now apparently I aged as a result. It's funny how she's in like a bird cage, you know, considering all the butterflies and stuff. Or rather, the mention of the fairy there. That only happens if you die a lot. I don't think I've died that much in this game. Like, I'm betting compared to most players, I've done pretty decent. Like, I'm not saying I've done amazing, but like, I would argue compared to most players, I'm probably on the lower scale of deaths. On a first try, obviously. Like,
We did do the right thing, didn't we?
the time that she reversed, etc.
Let's keep going.
That's when we find out Geppetto's evil. Oh fuck, there's more to do. Okay, don't go down there. Fucking bitch. This guy was relatively... Okay, there it is. So someone approaching. Yeah. Bitch. Beat that lightning boss in the end? Yeah, I got her on my second try. Unsuspectingly, by the way. I did not think, like, doing that run, I was not convinced that that was going to be the clear. There was for a moment where I was like, I got her, and I realized I didn't have any resource, and I was like, I don't got her! But, yeah. I pretty much kind of fluked it, I think. I got quite lucky with her attack pattern. And now I'm old. That way it is? Yeah, it stressed me the fuck out. No, I found the body of the blue lady and ended her. I put her to rest. Rip. And it just made me old, I guess. Oh. What? I do like the music here, like the urgency's really setting in, that you're like, you're finally there, you know, because like the rest of the game, I'm pretty sure the rest of the game doesn't play music at all. Besides when you're in the hotel, obviously, and stuff like that, but like, I've noticed the music's been getting a lot more like hyped as you climb the Alchemist Tower, which is kind of cool. Like, I think it all started at the beach. Just like Death Stranding. More ambient sounds, music than proper ones, I'd say. Yeah, because, like, you only ever get music from, like, I don't know, someone singing out of a window. Or, like, someone playing music out of their window and stuff like that. For something. Yeah, like, boss fights would have music, sure, but, like, whenever you're exploring, there was no music. There was no actual music. This is the first time they've just decided to start playing a full fucking soundtrack while you're like... I mean, the first time, this zone is the first time they've done it. Oh shit! Back off! something. This whole zone is the first time they just played full soundtracks, is what I meant to say. I'm betting Overture has a bunch as well. Jesus, stop that. These guys aren't hard to get through, but they're tanky as fuck. Also, I just realized that one burn would have one-shot me if I had not gotten my health upgrades. Is your heal always purple? The color of it, or do you mean like the effect? The color of it's always been purple. Wait, is this one really tough? Oh shit, I think this one was really tough. Always been that color. The color effect used to be bluer. I don't know then. It could just be the lighting, I imagine. Didn't expect one more attack there. Ow. I do see what you mean, but I guess I don't remember what it looked like before. It definitely looks purple. God, that stagger is like negligible. Might be imagining it. It definitely looks like purplish blue, but I don't know if it was like that before or not. And that's it. Okay, what do we got here then? More quartz for my pee! What's down here? Is this the... There wasn't another way to go, was there? Am I misremembering? Yeah, okay. This looks cheeky. I'll commit, fuck it. Part 3 times an M7S if the second part is on a 1 minute burst. I haven't thought about it. I was definitely able to pot on the start of phase 3, so I don't know. Open in 5 minutes and 10 minutes. If we can make it fit, I guess. It depends what... Jesus. I guess it just depends when the 1 minute is. Like, if he's doing some bullshit, then it would be kind of annoying to waste the tank, but, you know. This doesn't seem right. During phase 2 stars. I suppose it's not too bad. Oh, shit. Range anyway, range. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's not a bad time to think. Yeah. I think we're on a good track. I don't know if we'll get the clear next week, but I do think we're on track to cleaning a lot up at this point. Especially now that we've gotten to see more, we can like we're coming up with some cleaner strats for it, like for the third phase stars and shit. So we just need to put the cleaner strats into practice. What's this? This feels like a trap, man. Mishaps before that point. Yeah, we get tiny hiccups before that point, but I feel like if everyone stays focused, phase 1 and 2, we can clean up easy. As in, we can get through without a single mistake. You're fucking joking. Fuck you, man. Oh, he's alive. Oh, he's coming over. Nice. You said no. I didn't save the A marker. I don't know who did, if anyone did. But I do think I could place it better. I do feel like I've got a better chance of putting it down. Welcome to the Tower of Pain. I already got welcomed by the boss of Pain, but yeah, thanks. I got a ping from Owlcat Discord earlier to say that Arbites. The fuck is Owlcat and Arbites? At least the reports was getting Toy Box mod wasn't updated. What does that mean? Guess the VOD where you aimed based on that. I think I can aim it better. I think I can aim it a bit better this time, but we'll see. Is there another guy? Doesn't look like it. It's just him. What the fuck was that? Oh. This is mean. This is actually such a mean design. How many bosses have you fought on this level? What do you mean on this level? I've only fought Lexasia. I've not fought any bosses well, spoilers. Wait, what? Similar but move a tiny bit back to the left, probably. Yeah, exactly. You have fought her. Yeah. I fought Lexasia. She's definitely been the hardest boss for me so far. Such a fun fight. Not if you refuse to block. And I've been like adamantly refusing to block, but she's the one fight where I decided to block with one attack. Which was the obvious, like the opener where she comes down on you. There's gonna be another boss before the end of the game. Yeah, exactly. Can't believe you'd spoil the fact that there might be more bosses in the game, SMH. Is there anything down here real quick? But yeah, that fight made my hair go grey. Ah, shit. No! Oh, that's fucked. It did the thing where it like double queued it. Like I tried to cancel the roll, but it double queued it. That sucks. The Black Rabbit Star boss rush, but it's 5 victors and Lexasis instead. Well, that's what would... See, that's the reason why you don't develop games. Because that would give the game a lot of negative reviews. Alright, I'm just gonna beeline it. the fun of it as well. Oh shit. Actually backstabbing, nice. What? I wasn't even near it! What do you mean? I feel like there was no other enemy besides the guy on the stairs. Yeah, there he is. Give him a second to turn around, unless he's seen me. You know what, that's a good time. Let's do it. My umbrella parried his attack. My heavy attack did the thing. A chrono game outside the beta area? What they found in the chrono? No, what did they find? Was it like a dev room or something? Full structures from New World, but made with their own textures? What? Is it the same dev? Like, is it the same studio? Why would they leave that in the beta? No? What do you mean? As in they ripped the fucking... Wait, they stole? Rebuild stuff from New World. I mean, if it's got new textures, isn't it possible that they stole the content and then just... There's no way. Why would you rebuild it one-to-one if... Like, if... I feel like it would be easier if they'd have just stolen the actual, like, structures and then just textured over them, right? To make it look like, no, we didn't. You know? What? Yeah, like out of bounds. If so, it explains the poor optimization. There's that as well, yeah. But I would say, I would argue the poor optimization is a like, if this is a case of them stealing things, the poor optimization could also be a result of just taking assets and not knowing how to, like, properly utilize them. That's accessible for the beta. And they didn't think people would data mine the beta. I guess they always find ways for that. Well, it's a beta, of course they're going to get out. You know, it's a beta for a game that's got the worst optimization I've seen this year, and last year, and a few years before that. Like, it's terrible. So I wouldn't be surprised that they fucked up so bad, you know? And who knows, maybe someone left it in there to be like, hey, by the way, this company is making us steal assets. Maybe it's like a... what's it called? A whistleblower type deal. Oh, you fucking kidding me? I was right next to the shortcut. I was literally right there and I fucking died. God damn it. Ugh. Yeah, there it is. Using generic UEFI. But why then? What are they doing? This is gonna be like a surprise New World collab. It's just, by the way, here's all of New World. Unless New World uses... Is New World made out of UE5? And did they just use generic assets as well? I need to see this. New World... where is it? I don't see anything. Let me go into here. Amazon Lumberyard. Well, no, you know what? Of course it's not using Unreal. Because if it was using Unreal, you'd at least not end up fucking giving every player access to console commands so that they could spawn item textures in and crash people's games. Isn't that correct? Yeah, yeah. Holy. How much health is this giving me? Where's my health? That's nice. That's really nice. Let's keep pushing. I kind of want to see more about this. Stuff is theft either way. Well, technically it's not theft if they rebuilt it, but it's like, because it's a grey area, isn't it? Like, actually I don't know. I don't know if it's theft if they rebuild it, because they could come up with an argument that, you know, they were inspired or some shit. It's like saying, you know, I built this tower, but this tower looks exactly like a tower from another game. Is that still theft? It's like that lawsuit where, what was it? There was like that guy trying to sue Ed Sheeran for like coming up with a specific note in his song. So I don't know, like it's hard to say, because if they rebuilt it, then they probably would have gone through the effort of making sure the bounds and stuff aren't one-to-one. Maybe the buildings look one-to-one with a different texture, and it's just, you know, it's hard to say. Not really theft, but it is lazy. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Yeah, it's like an outpost, so you can't really say it's theft. It's an outpost layout and everything, and it looks it does quite literally look exactly like the layout, the structure, design, and stuff. The only thing is that it's like you said, it's using different textures, and they are different. They are like some of the things are proportionately different. All they've done is gone, I like the way this looks. I want to build it like this. It's not good. Don't get me wrong, like, come up with your own ideas, maybe. But I don't think this is something they can get in trouble for. They'll get negative feedback for it, for sure. Some PvP arena that they copied over. Yeah, like, I can see it here. I can see, what's his name? Kira TV covering it. And, yeah. It literally looks like nothing bad legally, but it's bad PR. Yeah, exactly. Like, people are going to be upset about it. Personally, I wouldn't be too upset about it. I do think it's cheap, but I think they've got bigger problems right now. This is not the worst thing for me right now. The worst thing for me is the fucking performance on that game. Like, they need to do better. That's my, like... I will complain about that, but for me right now, performance is top priority. Fix your fucking game. Serious fixing before we can work. Yeah. Like, it's still annoying that they did that, and I don't agree with it. I would probably still play it if they just fixed the fucking performance, and then judge the game on every other aspect after. Like, didn't come across the worst lighting bug. Well, besides the ones that just kept blinding me, no. So I guess. Epilepsy causing bugs. Oh shit, it's the fox! She ain't gonna be happy with me. Hey, buddy. The edge of the settlement by moving their camera go from fully bright to normal lighting again and again. So, that is what I was experiencing. To a degree. So, it's when you look at the sun, you get this black and white contrast, right? It's pure white, but not looking at the sun, but like, look in the direction of the sun. It's pure white. Everything turns pure white, and everything that's not, you know, everything that's on the other side of the light is just pure black, so you just have like this awful silhouette thing going on, and then you turn around and like, everything's like a bit dim, and you can see colors again. It's really fucked up. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, like turning up the fucking, like, I don't know what it is, the contrast, the saturation. So unbelievably high.
At first, it was money. There was no way out of this dump other than buying your way out. Later, when his sight started failing, all we had was swallowed up by the first few treatments. He was going totally blind.
Oh, that's why I beat him.
But now, the fruit is useless. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Not that such a promise is worth anything to you now. But I wanted to set the record straight before.
It's fucking clean under. Yeah, exactly.
Revenge is all I have.
Just they just need to. The thing is. Uh-oh, hang on.
You might be my first real challenge. Come on.
This stamina's bad. I thought I could stagger her in the mid. Oh god, she's still going. Oh no, 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 no! God! Back off! Christ. Oh my god, chill, lady! I only killed your best friend, or family, or whoever it was. You have such a stick up your ass, fuck.
Quickly left. That's the bastard's way.
You kill her brother, my dude? Yeah, who cares? Not my problem. Don't know why she's taking it out on me. Fuck. Shit. Ow. Let me out, let me out. I don't even know who you killed. It's some guy in a mask. Again, not my problem. What are you doing? Not again. Get here.
No one knows style like me. And yours reminds me didn't want it to end this
Shut
way.
up.
I suppose we
Your umbrella blocked it.
never
Yeah, no. What's she got anyways? What? I'm not getting loot. You got the mask? Oh, did I? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. It's not a penguin though, is it? I'm trying to go penguin look. Not a lot of people. Hard to keep track. Right? Like, how am I supposed to remember every person's brother that I've killed? Like, come on now. I don't know if they made a penguin mask. I need a penguin mask. I need to fully complete my roleplay of like Batman Penguin. It doesn't look too good. What's this? I don't remember this fucking door. What the hell's this door? Oh. It's Geppetto. Okay, they look like a DC villain. Yeah, I was going for... yeah, as soon as I got the umbrella, I've been trying to do Penguin ever since. Die, villain! I know what your schemes are. Not really intimidating animal. Say that to his fucking
It
face.
saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world.
Yeah, and you turned the world into this because you brought me back to
I
life.
think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I
The
promise.
same hair color now. Yeah.
Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a tremendous amount of ergo. I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully, for my sake. Was I a trustworthy father to you?
Nope.
I see. I didn't do enough to earn your trust.
Yeah, so give me ergo.
I wasn't a very good father to you.
Yeah, so give me things. I
I
want
gave you more loneliness than love. That's my burden.
You
to
can make
bear.
up for it by giving me
But remember,
giving me ergo.
There is still plenty of time. Once all this is over, we can become a real family. I promise. I will give it back to you. A happy
I mean, it's pretty obvious
family
that Carlo was his son.
we once were.
Doesn't get the hint. Give me a penguin mask and we'll call it even. Yeah. What is this? think I have to stop soon. I need to find a stargazer though. Is there a stargazer nearby? No. Let's see, the others are getting ready. How about an upgrade to your umbrella instead? Oh my god, yeah, like a legendary upgrade. What is over here? Seeing a few shortcuts, which is concerning. More Peak? No, unfortunately not. I've been doing so much Peak though. I fucking love that game. Okay, I'll leave this place for now. I've been playing Peak so much. And I managed to complete it 3 times now. I've managed to reach the end 3 times. I'm very happy. Let's just close game. Oh, what is this? He's so smug about it. I am smug about it. I don't know if you were... I basically... So it was kind of funny, because I was launching Peak last night to play solo. And... Ped just sent me an invite, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'll join. Not realizing he was streaming and doing this with like 10 other fucking people. And I get spawned at like the previous checkpoint to where they are. So I get spawned, like, at the end of the Arctic. They're already inside the fucking volcano. And so I have to cross the entire length of the fucking magma, and then climb all the way up the volcano with no resources, because they took everything. You know? So I'm like, well, fuck me, I guess. And I'm just like, nobody there. There was nobody. I was just talking to myself for, like, a full 20 minutes, just... getting to the end. And then as I finally reach the volcano, I start seeing ghosts pop up around me because everyone's dying. And then I finally, like, I see Ped halfway up. I had to fucking leave him to die. And then there's just me alive on my own, like, having joined late with no fucking resources. I end up climbing to the fucking peak and completing the game. And I was so stressed because I was like, I'm just gonna have a nice chill session. You know, just play solo, get used to the game a bit. Nope. Nope. That's not how you can keep that many people, everyone fair with that many players. Well, it's a struggle. It's the fucking chaos of it, right? Okay, Gollum, fuck off. I did actually straight up, like, I had to straight up, like, betray Ped at that point, because, like, I went up to go see if we could get him anything from the luggage, and then there was a bunch of little pack of food, just a tiny little pack of food, and I was like, oh, maybe I can give it to him. But then I had like 7 ghosts yelling at me, just saying, eat it, like fucking 7 devils on my shoulder. And I just went, fuck this, I'm just gonna eat it and fucking go, because I wouldn't shut up. A restaurant with that many players would work out better. Yeah, it's funny. It really is, because people are just dying left and right. It's fucking insane. You even need one devil in your shot. Well, I was gonna go down and help him. I was gonna try and throw him the food, but like, it was just no way. Alright, let me see. Let me launch. Oh, I need to set up the stream. There we go. How do I... There it is. It was funny as hell though, man. That shit was fucking nuts. Right. Then we ran another one, and guess what happened? Everyone died halfway up the volcano, and I was once again solo climbing the fucking peak. And you can see, like, you can check the VOD, it's just like, the last 2 fucking clears was just me on my own. And again, it was the most stress I've ever fucking experienced in my life. Okay, that's not true, but you know. Let's set up the audio for this. This might be loud. Sorry if it is. Turn it down a bit. Yeah, good speedrun game went solo. Funny you should mention that, because I got an achievement. Because I joined late, I got an achievement for clearing the game in under an hour. Which only like 0.8% of players have. Oops. Oopsie. Right, this is what I wanted to check. Push to talk. How do I... Do the tutorial already? Okay. Actually, I want to change the button. One sec. I just realized that wasn't the one I wanted. Yeah. Thank you. Don't do the tutorial. Wait, what? Okay, hang on, let's see this. Record's 27 minutes 30 seconds. Mine was 33 minutes. No space to jump. Okay. Press control to sneak. Less likely to see you. Okay. Good job. Control to sneak under stuff and hide. Okay. Hold down left shift. Is this what you want me to do? I know how to... Every bit of loot you see if there's any treasure in it. That sounds like a good idea. What is this? Okay. Use mouse scroll. This is like the fucking, what's it called? Is it Gmod where you have the little gun that lets you carry things? It's like the gravity gun or not, but not that. Rotate objects using mouse right. No, I have to keep going. Why can't I die? Whatever. E to toggle. Grab. Oh, grab. Ooh. Oh, I have to keep it held, I guess. Oh no, I just keep spamming it. Oh, it stays on. Ah, does it stay up? Hang on, I'm gonna try something. Okay, what is this? Grab an item and use 1, 2, and 3 to put it in your inventory. Okay. A fucking stun grenade? It's a gun? Oh wait, what is that? Oh no. Map. Okay. Oh, I have to keep. Grab it by the handle. Okay. Did I really need to do the tutorial? What is this? Fill carts. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Your friends are just cowards. Yeah, they just don't seem to understand how good I am at these games. Yeah. Is that it? Activate and fill the extraction point with valuables. Alright. That it? I need more. What? Is that it? Enter the truck and send a message to your boss in order to leave a level. He's gonna break every valuable, isn't he? What do you mean? That was flawless. Oh, what? Okay. How do I... Fucking eyes, goddamn. Is that it? Are we starting now, or have we got a bit of time? Oh, I guess everyone's there. Do I need to join the Discord, or are we good if I just vibe here? Just joining the game. It's thinking, yeah, no, it's more just like wondering if they're waiting for me in the Discord, because I was gonna just... Do I just join from here? Hang on. Oh, I just saw my bad, I didn't see that frame request. Doesn't look like I can right click Discord for... No, they're not. They're in Discord, but I think it's just to organize. I don't think they... Who the fuck are you even playing with? Just friends, like static friends. Long-time friends, like Effie. I don't know if you know the rest, so I'm just gonna stop there. Doesn't look like I can right click to join unless they haven't set up the party yet. Just Effie and some randos. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck. I don't know how you knew that. Am I good to take a few minutes, or are we starting now? Actually, I could probably just ask. Effie's setting up. Okay, all right. I'll go take the dog out. Boy toys. Yeah, just that exactly.
never have them been. How do you do that?
Oh,
You can mute yourself if you want. Oh no, we're gonna definitely.
hello,
Hello?
How?
hello.
Oh, you should also mute yourself on Discord.
Oh, I didn't. Oops. Sorry.
Oh, how do you do the chat?
How do you do this?
You
Press
press
T.
T. Press T.
T? Am I white woman speaking? What? What? Do you, what? But it doesn't. What?
T.
What?
You press T.
T.
I'm pressing T. The lots of
Did
T.
you bind T's to something else?
No.
I was about to say, you fiddled with this bedding, though you might just...
Controls.
Press it harder.
Oh,
Press
this
T.
is change your color.
Oh,
Change your color.
Unless you want to
wait.
be white boy.
No.
White's already taken, apparently.
What do I...
Oh, I was.
There you go. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. Nick, can you speak a sentence, please? I'm just trying to adjust the volume for everyone.
A sentence.
It's fine.
Go
Lily,
down.
please.
Hello, I play this game really bad.
Okay. Thank you. Amimi?
Hello? Everything good?
Yeah, Momo?
Hello.
Oh, no.
That's not how well he
No,
usually
no,
is.
you're quiet.
What? Just because I was stretching or what?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Digby? Question mark?
Say please.
I think I nuked the general audio.
It's just gonna sound like slightly more awful, like once you load into the level, so it's good to do.
Alright, I don't know what this. I've never played this. I haven't played Lethal Company. I only ever just watched with like half a brain cell. So,
It's okay, me too.
That's okay.
You'll get it in no time.
I need you to protect me. Goodbye.
I can't promise that.
Damn it.
Oh,
I like the TTS, it's fun.
oh no.
Alright. I need at least 3 people to.
Depending on...
support
Ah!
Look at all you
What the fuck?
Don't worry, I was gonna follow you until
Come on,
something
Mama,
funny
let's
happens
go.
anyway.
Who the fuck punched me?
Mama into the boat.
How do you punch?
Punch.
You
It's
jump
like-
into people and then click the button that makes you really small.
Is that the one?
It's, that is the button, yes.
Omega, are you healing already?
Yes.
Buffy,
He's a sage at heart.
into the box, Buffy.
You're safe there.
Bullying me! I regret already.
Alright, take us in. Oh no!
It's the best threat.
Come on.
So, do we just collect things? Is that the idea?
Yep.
Does
Okay.
anyone want a crown?
Can you actually put it on my head?
I wish, I think it fell.
Oh, it took damage. Okay.
You did that.
What? Oh shit! Okay, I did that. Okay. Yeah. So do we need to get 8 grand?
Oh,
You got to be careful on the floor.
Well, I brought one.
Oh,
Put it into my inventory.
oh no, so...
You go in.
So, the collectible things, we can't put in our inventory and we just need to bring to the cart.
Oh, what's it?
Oh, I got fat stacks.
Oh, this is ass. How does God play this?
just here.
Hello?
Oh, you're making the money.
Hell yeah! I already dropped a crown, but yeah.
What do you mean?
I dropped it in the bay.
Where are the cart?
Oh, I got a fucking vault. Oh, it's empty. Oh.
move.
Oh, okay. Where else can we go? Oh, this way. Can I take the radiator? No. The fuck is this?
She's your champion.
Also, you can press tab and you have a little map.
I have a ball. Orb? What is the orb? I don't know what it is.
I'm assuming Digby the monkey.
Oh, this is my what?
That's what I expected.
I've never played this before.
Hide. Who that? Judge. Oh,
What are we hiding
nice.
for?
Can they hear
Did
us?
he murder? This
of
one
them
can't,
can.
but if he sees you, you're dead.
Okay. I'm gonna get tucked into
Oh, he is
here.
coming. He's also
he is very
stupid,
coming.
so-
Ew.
Goodbye, friend.
Did you just shut the door? Look, that has been seen highlights on your minimap. Oh, true. Right, yeah, I forgot about someone just threw up.
Oh, was me.
What the fuck?
wrong?
What is wrong with you? Why do you? I think somebody's died.
That would be nice. Oh, and Effie.
Uh,
oh.
You know the thing's right there, right?
Yeah, but he can't see me.
Okay.
Okay, Effie's dead. Middy's dead.
Okay. It says
Ah.
extract
Well,
their
that was alive.
heads.
Nick also died, but I don't know where he went.
Does
What
it?
year is Nick?
Does extract mean just take them back? Oh god, he's still there. Okay. Do we just have to take them
It's,
back to the bay?
We just put them in the cart, and when we collect our money, they get revived.
Okay. Can we actually get back, or is he going to be in the way? Does he despawn or something?
He's still trying to push the cart.
Oh god.
There's another mouth.
This isn't a good place at all.
We're good, I think.
Are we? Oh. Okay. Monster changes your voice? What the fuck?
Oh, ah!
So we just take this
How
back?
much money is in the carts?
There's the thing is still in there.
There's enough.
The thing is in the corridor.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna try to get a little bit more and then leave.
Alright.
There's like a bigger item over there.
If you look at the map, by the way, all the yellow things are things that you can collect.
Yeah.
And the red dots are people that have died.
Oh, a TV. Oh, it's
Might
$7
be happy. So we
grand?
need to-
It's $7
need to
grand?
do this
Holy
with
shit.
Be careful.
Do we? Oh, okay.
I don't think we can get it off the ground with one.
Yeah, it's fine.
Shit. Oh.
That might be a bit much.
All good.
Alright, I think we just ship this.
I will check ahead. I guess. Seems clear. I think I can hear him. Are you guys behind? Hello, okay. I think I can still hear him, so just be careful. It's to the right, I think, is the way out. Oh, oh, ew, what the fuck is that thing? Run?
Never mind, it didn't.
What do you mean run? I'm hiding. Okay, whatever.
He's gonna puke for a while.
Oh.
Shipping?
Yeah, I guess so. Might as well.
You don't look so good, man.
Ow, ow, ow! Jesus! The fuck's your problem?
You walked up to me.
You.
Ah,
Hello.
that was painful. Hello.
Do we,
Thank you for saving my life.
do we just keep going, or do we
No, we run away now.
we run away?
The first
Okay.
level it only has one extraction.
Can I
Oh, I
get this
see.
fucking thing off me? What's happening?
There you
There
go.
we go.
I'm on it, I'm out.
Okay. Oh, we're at a shop?
Yeesh.
Okay. Are we rich or are we poor? Hey! Ow! What the fuck? What was that?
Yeah, not ducky.
What?
That was a bastard.
Look at this.
Just landed on the floor.
Oh, I blew that. Yeah, I did that to my face earlier in the tutorial. It's fun.
No.
Do we not pay for this? We're just destroying everything.
So, oh, it respawns, it's fine. If that was the case, it would explain why we're the worst players ever.
I'll throw the cookie.
Ah, you want that piece? Okay.
Ish.
I bitch.
One shot!
There we go.
It's so hard to tackle people. What the hell?
Oh yeah? Good. Okay, right, that's it. You can go up there now.
What? What is up here?
I don't know, let's find out.
It's like
Stuff.
candles.
Sometimes.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a dead guy.
There's also nothing sometimes.
Yeah. It's a chair. What? The fuck is this? Oh, the rubber duck. You take it back. What? How do you throw? Was that a throw? How do you throw things?
That was literally the duck you threw out.
What? Does it hurt
It's
you?
super bouncy.
Whoa! What? That's
Smack it on the
awesome.
floor. Smack it on the floor like really hard.
Okay.
I know.
You become baby?
Yeah,
You
what's
became
wrong with the
baby.
little one? Right here. Ah, there we go.
That's actually kind of cool. What the oh, fuck?
Effie.
Yeah.
Attack.
What the fuck?
We have 2 strength, we can.
You okay in there?
The fun part is the ducky can explode as well, but it seems to just not happen right now.
Oh.
Why the fuck is this so expensive? Oh, it's only 2,000. Alright.
So we can buy upgrades over here.
Feed me crystals.
Oh,
Why is this so fucking satisfying?
Not berries?
Do you have berries here, Momo?
I don't
Feed
think
me
so.
crystals.
Oh! It just exploded! Oh my god!
Well,
actually, I think there is a
berry,
but I'm not sure you want to eat
Oh, yes.
This one?
That's not a berry.
That's a perspective matter.
Where did the ducky go?
It's in the shopping thingy.
How did it get in there?
Buying thing.
What the
You want
fuck?
to.
Not to bring on a mission though. That would be a terrible fucking idea. Ow!
Oh,
Ow!
Oh no!
Ow!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't like actively lose health here, but if you get hit by the ducky in a level, you're kind of...
What is the
kind of
purpose of the ducky? I don't understand.
I tried to take out enemies with it before, but I only took myself out.
Okay. Oh, it's in the ship. Or car.
Wonderful.
You can come with us.
What the fuck? Wait, where did it go? It just exploded.
Did it explode so it's back on the shelf?
Oh no, it's up here, it's up here. It just got stuck in a pipe. There you
Already
go.
put the cheap strength on there. Ah, fuck.
What we go through.
It's
Ah,
over.
shit. Out you go.
I wish I could have that ducky in real life.
A reach?
But it
Maybe reach. Sounds fine.
Oh, does it only? Oh, there we go.
Emoji.
Sorry?
You lied. There's the cursed emoji.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's your stop.
But it,
Snack! Snack red.
Where the fuck did the ducky go?
Oh shit, run!
Run? Oh, there it is.
I would like to, but
Oh, hang on, I'm coming.
is he gonna walk into it? Ah, that was close.
Ah!
Suddenly feels like we should have bought the ducky just for the poops and deals.
I don't know. I'm worried that we're broke.
I mean, we are.
That's the point.
That's the point, yeah.
Which way are we going? It's this way, isn't it?
I think, what are you doing under there?
I'm at. Okay, thank you. That's enough.
I know. I find this cozy.
Wait, how are you full health? Oh, because we heal in the level, never mind.
Wait, are we not supposed to be full health?
I dealt damage to you with the
Omega,
the
stop it!
split, right? Yeah?
Oh.
No. Can't make me. This is my job.
Those little cereal baggies. you can actually,
Wait,
like-
I see Effie hiding. Get her! Get
Don't touch me.
Anyway, we got some upgrades if any one of you wants.
What are
Yes,
the
eat your
upgrades?
Crunchios.
Crunchios?
The wizard.
What's
Oh,
up with
like
these?
cornflakes. It looks like
We've got-
cornflakes to me.
We've got strength for someone if you wanna be slightly stronger while carrying.
That a
stuff.
fucking grenade?
Be careful of that, we do die here.
Okay, right.
If you hold it, you can like add it into your inventory by like one.
I'll probably leave it. I don't trust myself with it right now.
Yeah, that.
Oh god, okay.
I'm gonna take the range if that's fine.
I have a bottle. It's a very expensive bottle of Pinot Noir.
What about extra? Look, come here.
Extra
you can run
stamina to
faster.
run.
Take this.
Well, not faster, but slightly longer.
Pick it up.
No, give it the neck.
No, it's
No, I
sprint speed.
already
You'll be
did
really
something.
fast.
Potions? Well, this doesn't hurt, I guess. Oh wait, what's happening? Whoa! Fuck! Okay. It didn't hurt, surprisingly.
Let's go on an adventure.
It's weird. Sometimes it does. I don't know what it like when.
Weird.
Did you find the love potion already?
Love potion? Oh. Ooh, what's this? Someone's head with what could be a grenade. I mean, it's definitely a grenade. But this guy looks dapper as fuck. Holy shit.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Wish I could have a beard like that.
I see stuff on the top.
By the way, you can open cupboards. At least some of them.
Oh, can you? Oh. Where's the trolley? Is it?
I think still in the beginning.
I bring monkey. Oh, there's something under that bed. There's something under that bed.
Diamond.
Oh.
What the fuck do you mean?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
How is a diamond so fragile? Diamond moves. Yeah, the big blue dot is the cut. Oh, really? Can I hold it while holding this? Oh, okay. Well, I'm lost. Okay.
Watch out for Digby.
Oh, I smacked my monkey.
Back up, back up. I hate this book.
Under that bed, yeah. What the fuck
Take
is...
it away.
Okay.
I didn't damage it, I think it just started chomping at me.
Is there anything else up here? What was that?
I hate that guy.
Who is
I'm not
it?
going this direction.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
He's friendly, don't worry.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Don't-
Why are you hiding?
No, 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 no.
Why would you lie?
Rule number 1, don't take anything I say for granted.
Yeah. He's looking under your bed.
Better not be. Oh, fuck's sake.
Can he hear us?
I actually am not sure.
Okay.
You went that way.
Good luck, guys. Hmm. Is there something else out there? Clown.
He's in the main room.
Oh, he just killed someone, I think.
Oh no.
Is he coming?
Kind of stuck here.
Wait, what did you do? Sorry, I'll open it. There you go.
That's the first time I got stuck in that shit.
So is that Effie dead there? Oh, he's still there. He's still there.
He's still there.
Yeah, he's wandering
Go
away.
back into my cupboard. Goodbye. No.
Get out of the! Ow! What the fuck? Why did I take damage?
Oh, thank you for killing me. Goodbye.
What? No! I want to get healed. What the fuck?
Oh, give it back. Come here, come here.
How does that work? I mean, I was near full anyways. It doesn't matter.
Oh, so like you can see the health bar in the back.
Oh, whoa!
Fucking...
Probably didn't try to take you
Let's
out.
become objects. Oh, I see.
Every day.
Okay. So did a bunch of people? Where's the head? I saw a head
Oh
somewhere.
my god, Effie is alive.
Effie's alive.
Is she? How?
You look like you've seen shit.
Oh,
I've seen feet.
I
You
guess
don't
that
want to look at
counts.
any more of it.
Being knocked over, etc.
no, but-
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That makes
No,
sense.
the map's not discovered this way.
A pocket watch.
A little vibe.
There's something on the bed as well. Oh. Okay.
Not switching, not going.
Where am I going this way?
Of course, there's absolutely nothing up here.
Yeah, it should
There's
be
a
fine.
video boy.
Let me drop this
I
here.
hate that clown guy.
He's fine.
Oh, hello
He
there.
wins all the time.
Hello.
There was something somewhere and I forgot where it was. Was it this
He's
way?
Yeah. Saw something on the bed, right?
Yeah, I don't remember if... I don't think it was here, was it? Was it? Oh, yeah, there it
To
is.
the right.
It's a thing. I got a thing!
What's the thing?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Oh, it's a
my God, you got
book.
a book.
It's locked,
Oh.
though.
Those studios.
Meep, meep. This ain't the right way. It's right here. Okay. Ooh.
More pocket watches for the Pocket Watch Emporium.
The value of this in the book is actually empty. I genuinely think the same, yeah. No one is moving the car.
Happy
Well, that's a good point. I don't want to bring it over. I don't know how much, because we're basically done. I don't know how much we want to do. I don't want to fucking bring it, because I'm just getting lost half the time. Can I, like, break this open? Can I break this? Okay, guess that doesn't work. Oh, is that a thing? That's not a thing. Oh, that's a thing, apparently. Hang on. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to get that. Oh, that'll do. Oh, there's stairs. Are we alive? Is everybody here? Where'd the cart go? Oh. What? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with it? Are you like high or something? What the fuck?
Click on this little pink thing.
Click on it.
Click on it. Just click on
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can probably ship it to get the guys back.
Yeah, let's send it. Let's send it.
I said it like twice and then I forgot about it immediately.
Found a location, got too busy. Alright, we've got to find the next point
Wait,
though.
where's Effie? Oh.
It's in the truck, but we've got to find another one.
We gotta find another one. Oh, what? Like more things?
Oh, fucking hell! Sorry, extraction point, yeah.
Oh. Look at all the money!
Look at all the money!
So,
Extraction.
so we have to bring this with us then?
Yeah.
Okay. Beloved 1 HP. I am returned.
How do I grab the...
No! No! You can't do this!
Do it.
No!
Try not to run people over who are nearly dead.
It's okay, it doesn't hurt.
Oh, okay.
Run! Don't come that way, don't go that way, don't go that way.
Oh.
Can't win this battle, Effie.
Take that back.
Taking it back. Where am I going then? Are we hiding? Oh, okay.
Just put that out of the way of the main walking bit.
I think it is. I'm not sure if it is. It's out. It's on the edge, but.
Okay.
Is he there? I don't see him.
He's in here. He's going around the edge.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna pull this back a bit further.
He's going the way we need to go. Okay.
Great.
Wonderful.
How do you know where we need to go, by the way? Because I don't see that.
Can you look at your map?
Yeah.
I assume because we've seen the other rooms, we haven't found the next extraction, so we have to go to the new place.
Right, okay, I see. Oh, extraction point activated. Oh, okay, now I see it.
He's in there, wait a minute.
Oh. Damn it.
Just that right there.
Did the Momo die?
Oh, no, run away!
Oh, he's coming.
Oh,
Back under the bed.
Okay, well, good luck, guys. Good luck. I believe in you. Okay, I think he saw me. He's pushing the cart where it needs to go, so he's helping. He's not in the room anymore. No, he's moved.
Okay.
Although something else is... Oh, that's the bubbling from the cauldron, never mind.
There is usually like 2 or so. I wasn't... Don't look at me!
No, I know who it was.
I literally was I was pushing the cart! What do you mean?
I wasn't you, Digby, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
He's going the way we need to go.
Effie's trying to steal my job, that's what's happening.
Oh, he's there. He's there.
Yeah.
He's there. He's moving.
Put it out the way. Yeah.
But we have to get. What happens if he hits it?
He'll break all our money.
Actually break it? Holy shit!
He
Okay.
will destroy it. And we'll be
Okay.
Oh, I need a pink boy.
He's. I think he's in that room, but I don't know where. Can someone lead? Because I can't fucking.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring the money in and he's there.
You alive? Where is
Everyone's
he?
alive, right? I don't see any red dots.
Right, just let's run this way.
Yeah. Okay.
Has this been played out already?
Yeah. I don't know what normal is. I'm very concerned for him.
She's trying to get in. What the fuck is that?
That's a cube that is more than the budget as well. Do we just
Oh.
finish? You go?
Oh, I've already put it in. Shit, put it in. Put it in.
You can take it out.
Okay. Oh wait, are we taking it out? Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know we were still looting. Sorry, my bad. I thought we were
Run
just.
to the truck. Get away.
Run.
What? We have to run? Oh, for God's sakes.
No, just
Run is an
careful.
overstatement.
Oh, okay.
Be really careful.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Farm is somewhere around though, so have fun.
What?
Oh, whoa.
Good morning.
Mama, where the fuck?
Aggressive and present. Oh, I see. Oh shit. That was a little spicy. I guess that's what the howling noise is. Or like, not necessarily the enemies howling, but more just the environment changing. Hello. What the fuck was that?
You got healed.
Oh, okay.
At least a little bit.
Yeah, it just freaked the shit out of me.
Did you lead them all there?
Yeah. I wasn't.
So did I.
I wasn't gonna get him, was I? Fucking trying that.
No, the clown genuinely sucks. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
it wasn't too hard to get away. You just had to go up the stairs and then drop down when the guy was looking away. It was quite easy.
Oh, I just ran past him. He didn't notice me for some reason. I genuinely thought I was going to die, but
Huh. Interesting.
everyone else is having trouble, evidently, though.
Will we know if they've died?
You can buy an upgrade to show you how many players are alive on the map.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, that's just dust. New parcel sorting factory simulator. I've seen people playing it, but I don't know. What is it? Is it? I've seen so many people playing it.
There's
What
an
is?
eyeball. I'm not going to go.
What's an eyeball?
Basically like an eyeball that spawns on the ceiling, and it like locks you to look at it, and you have to break the line of sight.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! Right there for my triumphant return. I'm knocked out. Oh, I think Omega and Effie are still going.
Like
I don't know where Momo went.
going where?
And what about Momo?
I don't know. I don't even know where his head was.
He died.
Yeah, but I'm assuming. I haven't seen him.
It's just a sorting game.
Get in the cart. Be safe.
Is this basically like Papers, Please and Satisfactory? Oh. Just leave? Oh, yeah, cool.
Oh, look at you, little spicy bean.
Oh.
So, do we think that's everyone that survived at least?
I think Omega gave his life.
Jesus, when the fuck did Effie get?
Oh, brother.
Oh my god.
I am not waiting for
Oh my god.
I can't believe you lived that.
What a gamer.
Awful.
Oh my god.
Chased me into a dead end and killed me.
Whereabouts? Like right at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What upgrades
Is
do
it
you
basically like the kind of simulator, like card shop simulator where you just kind of chill for a bit, or?
Let me go!
My midi. My midi now. No!
Damn it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Where's the ducky?
Always
Dead
here.
now.
I see a victim! Get her! Get her! Wait, what the fuck is that?
No! Mom!
No!
Look what you did to him!
Oh my god, what is happening to Effie? Wait, is it an explosive mine?
Yep.
Ow! Oh my god! What the fuck?
Look at this!
Oh
Look
my
what
god,
you
I
did! Look at this, Stimpy. Look what you did.
Wait 1 second. Ow!
No.
Fuck! That's...
Put the babies back.
Oh, baby. Oh no.
Anyone want a piece? There's probably
Yeah,
some.
me.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm so good at this.
Totally didn't immediately get punished for my stupid wrongdoings.
Damn it! Everything else is so expensive though.
Yeah, similar. I could look into it. I've bought a lot of games in the last couple of days. They're like small games.
Nothing.
Oh.
How much is it? £13. Yeah, I probably have to hold off on it for now. Just into. Ah, what the fuck?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Wait, did someone trigger?
What?
What? No fucking way! No way!
He died then.
I left a mine in the shit.
Knock him out of that thing.
Did I fucking kill him?
Yeah.
Bringing Effie to
I
safety.
thought you couldn't die.
I'm in life here.
Ow! I thought you were like invulnerable, so I just fucking. I didn't realize I fucking murdered him.
No, you can die here, but the HP gets reset to what it was before you entered the shop.
Okay. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
what? Wait, no?
Is that the mine? So can this kill you then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it just like deactivated.
Oh, I deactivated it.
Oh, that's a shame.
How many of us do need a health kit?
All of us.
The little wiggles to try and like stay alive.
Oh no.
That. Hang on.
Hello.
To die to fucking the mine again.
My mine.
Was it there?
And it's coming out soonish as well. I think it's out, isn't it? I thought it came out like a day ago or something. I could be wrong.
Okay. So we've got some upgrades. Yeah, we can all just take whatever you like.
Okay. Whoa. So how does this work? Stamina upgrade. Oh.
Like the health.
Wait, does it?
Half of us are like 1 HP.
Oh, does it only heal? Right, I see.
Yeah, it's just a deal.
So like a few days. Yeah.
Fine.
No.
You need some for yourself.
I have some.
Hey,
I have some for myself. Yeah, that's enough.
I'll take the other one then.
Yeah.
Anyone want some extra stamina?
I guess I could take. I've got 50. Is that a lot?
No, that's one upgrade. Yeah, take it, Connor.
Right.
And we're going.
Just testing my new stamina. Oh, releases in 2 days. Oh, my bad. Why did it say Ravs is fucking playing it? Unless there's like a streamer early access or something.
He might be here.
Ah, fuck. I hate this extraction more than anything.
A weird position.
I'm sure it's easy. I'm gonna go this way. Oh.
So this side can hear us, right? Oh. Like one guy can hear us, right? They can't see us?
The hunter? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta find Pringles though. I'm behind you.
I saw something else, I think. What is this?
Right, I think this is. I don't
I don't know, man. The fuck is that noise?
What the hell?
Oh, that's big money right there.
Oh, the harp.
I have
Oh,
something that's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, let's.
watch out.
Okay. 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 Nice
We
and
won't be
easy.
putting it out on extraction though right away.
Yeah,
Just gotta figure it.
Yeah, I guess I figured. Oh,
There we go.
nice and easy. Just lay it down, I guess.
Slowly, gently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Can you? Okay. That's fine. It's like 20 loss, yeah.
God damn it.
Does it matter if it's perfect?
No.
Oh. You can play it?
Still existent.
You trolling me? Oh! Digital Deluxe. Right, you meant Death Stranding. I thought you meant the harp. Oh no, you did mean the harp. Okay, never mind, because they just played it, didn't they? What the fuck happened there? There's nothing in there. Oh, there's something behind this door. There's a creepy toy behind the door. Okay. Keep grabbing the strings. Oh, I see. I'm kind of worried I'll fucking damage it, so I'll probably leave it. Oh. Fucking damaged it anyways. There we go.
We have a fine floating fella coming for us.
No. We go.
What? What's coming?
Don't worry about it.
I'll just go there to the left, it's fine.
Yeah? What the fuck is that? Touch its nose. What, the clown?
He's still coming.
I don't see it on the map.
Yeah, you can't. Ahead.
The fuck was that noise? Hello, it went in the room to the left. My left, your right.
Oh god, there's gnomes as well.
The clown? Okay.
Might want to think about that.
What the fuck?
Those guys will smash the stuff. If
You're smashing now.
So you have to
Okay.
pick them up and smash them yourself.
I can
Smash him on
Everybody alive? Everybody alive.
Clicking his teeth.
Well,
Oh, that's awful.
not mentally.
If it hurt me, I would have been dead.
He went to the room up.
Mm. Oh, I have a rhino. And a thing. I also have a thing and a rhino. There's a small thing on the table behind, but yeah, on that cupboard.
Let's grab it.
Okay. Oh,
Whoops.
yeah. What the fuck?
These guys.
What just happened?
Little skull.
Oh.
That exploded.
Oh, okay. Said I can rotate if I do that. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Can I okay, maybe not.
Oh, we totally can. Hold on.
Fuck.
Just need
I think you need to pull it back my way. Yeah. Which way we go? This way. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll do.
That'll do. That's
I want to hurry up with that the head's coming.
Do we just drop it in here, or do we want to keep going? Okay.
We can actually.
Yeah. Ow.
But
Okay. Yeah.
or we can just damage it a little bit more.
Yeah. That's perfect. Why did you shut the door?
Go in and find out.
Precaution.
Oh.
He's
Yeah.
friendly, don't worry.
No.
He's just got that British jawline.
What was that explosion? Oh, he's back. He's behind us. He's behind us. So there's something in the... Okay, yeah, you got it.
I got it.
What's this? Okay. British jawline. Yeah, I don't get that. I just kind of shrugged it off because I'm trying to survive.
Oh, yeah, when did Omega die? Probably now when the head got mad.
Oh my god, the value of that thing. What's this? I have a thing. What are these explosions?
Run away!
What the fuck is that? What the?
Run away!
What?
Fuck my ass. That's
Ow.
The ocarina? Oh, the skulls with legs, they have dynamite. I see. So that's what that was. Got a first-hand demonstration.
I think we should. Yeah, we should approach the bank here. It's got 15k in the card and like 30 something in front of something.
Are we shipping it? Oh god. Okay.
But we'll have to time it.
Yeah. Well, that.
This little fucker's going in the cart.
Yeah.
And or not. Oh, never mind.
Okay. I guess two of us carry this and someone get the cart.
I can get caught.
Okay.
We should lift it though.
That's what I was hoping you'd like. Yeah. And just bring it to the left slightly. Yeah. Well, you're right. My left. And then get the cart. Get the cart. Yeah. Get the cart.
Come on, to me to you. Come on.
Well, okay. All right. Are we putting it on? Okay. Just fucking go. Go. Okay. Get out of there.
That needs to go in. It's gonna get crushed. That's gonna break.
Is it?
Oh, it didn't. Ah, awesome.
Well, it was green, so I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
So now we just need to find the next extraction. Okay. It was broken. Oh, was it? Oh, whoops. So I guess we have to have it standing up. It's fine. I don't even know what we need the money for besides passing the check, and we're doing it. It's fine. Okay. Oh, that's where everyone is. Did they even see me? Anyway. Wait, what happened to our money?
Honey?
There's 13 grand in there.
The what, bro?
There's only 13,000 in there.
Oh.
I think we need more.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do that.
Are you fucking... Oh my god. Where's the barking coming? There's a bunch of dogs going crazy outside. Yeah. It'll stop, it'll stop. Although my dog might fucking bark in a minute. As a reaction. I'm not joining them. Oh Christ. Is there anything else? Oh, there's something over here apparently. What is it? Hello.
Oh, there's a thing up there.
There you go.
Oh, there's two things.
There we go. I got a dime on.
Got
I
the
swear to
things.
God, if Omega fucking walks into this one, I'm just gonna. I was gonna say hit him over the head with it, but you know.
Okay.
Okay.
You've got like 1 HP, so your revenge will definitely pay out.
Oh.
Slight breeze will take him out.
Don't do it.
Okay.
There's nothing over there.
I think we're included.
Can't really see anything else anyway. Should we just send it?
Yeah.
Ah, skulls! Ah, they're gonna blow!
Still alive?
You can tap them on the floor like twice and then throw it away.
Is he alive?
Yes.
HP in the dream.
Oh, you're alive. Huh?
What the fuck?
Okay, I learned if they hit each other, they explode immediately. Noted.
I did weaken one of them, I guess, because you picked it up and landed on, hit it on top of that. So.
Oh no.
Oh, the lights are off. I guess. It's just to the right here. Oh, big head is floating by. Just be careful. Oh, the gnomes! And they're dynamite!
Uh-oh.
Oh! Were you under the... Oh! No, you don't. Okay. Oh shit. Wait, he hasn't seen me. He's light sensitive. Oh, I see. Well, this is a situation. I just... Oh. Problem is they went left. I need them to go the other way. Run. Guys, I have a head.
Oh.
What the hell? Why? I was gonna go get one more person. I went to go back and save someone and you abandoned me.
I think you can now, right?
This is what Memo did to me. We have to
God damn it.
do the shop or do we go out?
I'll do it again.
We have to go back to the lobby, don't we?
see any lobby. Does
Yeah.
this say
Get out of my way, sir.
What's happening to me?
It's a road drone. If you do the Q, the tumble, you can basically roll. No.
Okay.
Can't you see I'm having fun on my speed?
Sorry. I'm just waiting for either Millie or Momo to say leave or do this.
I'll drive him then.
We need to go back to the lobby to get snack. Do we quit
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
what?
she
Oh,
can't
did he
invite him to-
disconnect?
here? Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
someone died it. Hey, Dibby.
Later.
don't. Alright,
Are we leaving?
Yeah, I
I
think
guess
so.
so. Fuck. Buy first. Wait. Oh, does it like save progress? I didn't see that. I'm just gonna pee real quick. So it saves between rounds. Oh, I didn't know that. Just remake the game and you can carry on. Ah, I was not aware of this. Oh. Oh.
Hello.
Actually, no.
I won't disappear on you this time, Digby, I promise.
Oh, did you disappear on me?
I got disconnected and the game just immediately hit me.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
I'm not even paying attention to his friends. Oh.
A fucking sword!
No!
Yes! Ah!
Maybe.
Okay. Where is he? Where is he?
Where's who?
Will he get
Anyone.
blown into the toilet?
Wait, shut the door. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh god! Is she dead? Did she perish?
No.
Oh. Get her! Get her!
No!
Yes!
No!
Hold on. Open the door. No. Come back. Alright, it just has to be you then.
Did you not see that I put a mine there?
Oh, I went to pick it up, but I think because I lifted it in front of Neck, it just
No,
like
this is
I
what you
killed
thought.
him.
Look at this.
I didn't do shit.
Can we just revive him by bringing him to the truck? Because other people got revived in there.
I think that only works in the level. I think you put them on the shopping list thing.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Okay, maybe I should stop playing with the mine. Is Effie hiding under the bench again?
I don't blame her. All the shit you're doing.
The toilet and flush people. Oh, you can flush them?
God damn, we're kind of poor.
No.
Excuse with me?
Why doesn't this work?
I think it needs to be on the floor and not moving for a certain amount of time.
Oh, I see. There we go. Ah! No! No! God damn it! Oh my god, it's killing me! Help!
Yeah, live in it.
Ah, no! Better way to PvP, obviously. Are we missing someone else? Because I feel like it's a little too quiet.
Go find Effie.
What's that?
Omega helped me and I couldn't move. Put the medkit on.
Yep, yep, yep. Where is Effie? I actually don't see her. Is she like hiding on the top somewhere or something? Oh, I think I know. Yeah. Oh, oh, there. Oh, I see. Where's the mine?
No.
Oh, here, do you want it?
No.
Oh my god.
Ah, goddammit. Okay, you're led this time.
Right.
Can I have stamina?
Yeah.
Yes, good sir.
What the
Effie,
fuck?
You want to take the health upgrade? Ow.
Is Effinkel around?
I don't know.
I'm already on the floor.
Right, that's it. You in there?
You cannot get me. Why does it not do damage? What's happening? Oh, there we go. It's so finicky. There we go. Fucking Goomba stomp. Ah!
Nor.
Damn it. Is it me or is Omega extra quiet?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay.
At the minute.
What the fuck was that? Oh, ow. This is like a ward. Oh man.
What you got?
Swift Broom Academy.
Back here again.
Oh, this is easy. Oh, this is different. Can I just walk into a door to open it? Oh yeah. Did I really just find nothing? Amazing. Oh! Diamond! Another layer to randomize. Yeah, I would have expected. I just didn't expect everything to be so, you know, green. Whatever this disgusting stuff is.
Sure?
Yeah!
Should be able to.
I have a diamond! Watch out! Watch the fuck out!
Careful, guys, are Mimi.
There's a card in the.
I can just drop it in here, it's fine.
Oh my god, it's like the Nimbus 9000.
Sure is.
Oh, holy shit.
Why can't we sell this one then? It's basically the same.
There we go.
It's because it's unpackaged, it's unsealed.
God damn it, lost all its value, just like Pokemon cards.
Let's put the music. Oh, but ooh.
I found a thing. What do you mean you need help?
Oh, I don't have Hunter.
I also don't have strength.
That's fucked up. What
That guy's about.
Who's that guy?
Romeo.
Okay. Okay. Cards are damage safe. Oh, so I can't just chuck things on. Okay then. Hello. No. Oh, for God's sakes. It's even worth anything anymore. You know, he just walked right past you, right? Oh, okay.
Who dibs?
I fucked up that watch constantly trying to, like, hide.
Do we just want to revive Effie? And go next?
Yeah, we have enough
So
to
there's
send
3
it.
extraction points.
Where's the...
Here to the right.
No, my pocket watch.
Help me with the cube.
Oh shit. Get out of there!
But the fact is I have like no XP.
Quick!
It's too late.
That's fine, we can just carry it on the cart, right?
Go away, dog.
Dog? What?
Oh, look at the doggy!
Is it a doggy?
Don't look at the stupid doggy.
Where's the doggy? Can I pet him?
He ran off. I
Going
yelled
to
at
the
him.
left.
Are you supposed to yell at him?
I don't know. I don't think so. This makes me feel better, yeah?
Amazing.
Piece of-
Have you thought about just trying to get on the lip of the thing?
No.
Oh, I just... Well, your fucking head was in the way, so that's good. Where's the cart? Did we move it yet? Oh, we moved it. Hang on. Shit, everyone's going. Oh, it's to the right. Okay. This way.
Is there something here?
I brought a thing.
Yoink. Oh. Never took you out.
Cards over here.
Oh.
Come on.
What's up here?
The big one, I mean.
Oh,
The fuck is that noise?
Just the card with the money.
Not that noise, there was something else.
I need another help.
What's this?
I need help.
Oh, what are we doing?
We're grabbing a thing.
Oh, Christ. Okay. This is very heavy, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, it's the fucking cube.
I need another help.
Uh,
Get back here.
I can't even see where we're going. Okay.
To the right now?
Map to see, but
Yeah, it's just I'm trying to hold
right
it
again?
up, so I don't know
we
if...
don't really know where to go because we don't have the
To the left now?
open yet.
Yeah.
The right?
Well, we just need to go to the cart, so...
Now backwards.
I don't think it can fit in the cart.
we can make it fit. Whoa! Fuck! Okay, watch your
Don't
step, I
trip.
guess.
I'm amazed that this block has still gotten full value.
Oh, the cart's right here. I'm sure we can make it work.
I don't like that whistle.
What was that bonk? Yeah, just pop it in. See?
Oh.
Fits like a glove.
If you say so. Just got to be very fucking gentle with it.
Yeah, it'll be fine. What the hell is it? Oh! Well...
Anything up there?
Omega just... Was that Omega or was that Effie? I don't know who that was.
Oh, no, that's Omega.
That's Omega. Well, Omega's perished. In the war. Rip.
In the frontier? Where's the extraction?
We need to find it still.
I think it's going to be here.
To the left, you think? Yeah, that looks like a dead end. Yeah, it is. It's there. God fucking damn it. Can someone get Omega's head?
When you die?
What the fuck happened to this door?
What did you say, Millie?
Well, Omega's head is just at the other door. Should we go back here? Probably do this facing the other way, can't I?
It sounds like work, and I don't like working.
Bitch. Hang on. Where are we going? This way. Don't send this yet. We need to get Omega's head. What?
I got the bullet.
He's going for you guys. Oh, Jesus.
If you keep holding that, you're gonna die.
Guess he can hear us. What the fuck was that?
It's still at the car.
We need to get people's heads. Omega's head. It's backwards. It's just over here.
Oh, I see it.
It's just here, yeah. I think some of the stuff
Where did
dropped
he go?
there.
Ooh, quiet. He's in the room. Okay.
Okay, we can ship it, I guess.
Maybe, yeah. Probably a good idea.
Ship it. If you hold it in the back, it's like easier to maneuver.
Well, then you hold it in the back and I'll pull.
Fine.
Where the fuck are we going? Oh, this way. There we go. Oh, I should probably get out. Oh, no, 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 no!
No, stand there. Be great.
I was stuck. I was literally like wedged in.
Totally not attempted murder.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Good morning.
If you die in there, do you not get respawned?
No. Unless you actually end up in there.
Oh, I
completely.
see,
But
I
if
see.
you get hit by the
They
corner,
become
it
really-
just
yeah.
collides with you and you die.
He's blind. Triggers. Yeah, I noticed that immediately when he shot at me. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm moving forward.
Alright, good luck. We'll see you at the other side, I guess. Oh, what the hell was that?
I have the feeling Snake ran right into him.
Oh. He went to the right.
Nearly fucking got me.
Yeah,
There's
same.
another item in that room. I want that.
Okay.
Are Effie and Millie still good?
We need to go. Why are we going this way? We need to go this way.
I guess Millie just activated the other point.
I don't know.
Are we together?
Oh, there they are.
Why?
We need to move the box.
I don't have strength.
Well, neither do I.
Pull it.
Just don't bump it, don't bump it! Don't bump it! This
He's a
one gets
brute.
really upset when you bump it.
Oh my god. Oh my
No.
god. Why is he going mad?
It's upset! It's upset!
Well, how do we stop it?
It basically needs to stand upright at all times.
Okay. Okay, that was my fault. I rotated it because I just wanted to get it over the table.
Oh, Ducky! You have a friend with you.
Get it right. What?
Ducky.
Where's Ducky?
What's down?
You don't touch it.
Look down.
Touch it.
Ow! No! No! He's still following me though. Why is he following me? He won't stop following me.
He will keep trying to get in your line of sight. Just
Right.
don't click him and you'll be fine.
Okay.
He will jump in front of you. If you want to
I'm playing with the static and stuff.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
like that.
This, I've got an idea.
Oh, thank you. Is this all the loot?
I got him.
Why
I got him. Did he die?
No. He's under the table.
What?
I put him. I put him in the cauldron.
Oh no, he's over there!
Yeah.
Oh no.
That Rod, damn right. But yeah, hello, Gog. Having a good time just PvPing in this.
Did you actually just die from that?
Right, let's go.
He took enough damage to just slam to death, I guess.
Last time I did that, it
Someone put the cart in?
I'll do it.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Get out of there.
Alright, let's
Goodbye, let's go.
Well, we need the cart, don't we? Or is this the last extraction?
No, it's
oh,
all
I
back.
see, okay.
Everyone got. I think that is a yes.
What is he doing?
Get out of there.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. Oh!
He's a bit upset about that.
Oh, Ducky!
What's happening? Ooh!
Dog in there still.
Okay. How do we deal with that?
My friend. Just get on a table or the side here.
Get in.
Just come with us?
Get in. Get in. That's easy. Easiest game of my
What do we
life.
name our pet dog?
Brent.
Brent. Lovely.
That's a decent amount of money.
That guy, what a mess. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Seems still fucking expensive.
Strength so cheap.
Why are you evil?
Because it's funny.
It really is so good.
You wanna go up? There's even more grenades.
Take me to safety.
Stop it, villain.
Whoa. Whoa! Face me! Face me!
Damn it!
Oh, there's nothing up there.
I want this. What did you get? Set the drone.
Oh no.
How do you throw? Like, I don't get that.
It's a bit weird. You basically pull something towards you, then you scroll it away. You can scroll
Oh.
things in and out, and then you let go at the same time.
Or you just fucking fling it.
Ah. I see.
Flinging is a bit inaccurate.
What the fuck? Oh, I guess we have to pick what's the help.
Marshmallow. God damn, he parried my throw.
I've played a lot of Expedition.
God damn it.
Yeah. My sword! Give me my sword! Yeah! Why is that not working?
How much is it?
How are you not getting hit by the tackle? I don't
I'm
get
swatting you away.
But like, I'm
literally just swatting you away till you do it.
Okay, I got this. God, fuck! No.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Unhand shit.
Woman.
My sword. The physics-based game. It's just.
Bro's making this a fighting game.
It's.
Always was. Always
I
has
just
been.
wouldn't have expected it to work so smoothly. I guess.
The clown dude, the blue eyes white dragon.
Huh?
Take on a bigger Lala. What are you doing? Achoo!
Where did Effie go? Oh, I see.
It's a messy dog with mess. Oh, that guy. Right.
I'll have some HP myself this time.
God damn it. How do I keep going so high with the jump? I need to land this better.
Oh, we have an extra jump. Extra jump is funny.
Anyway, guys, if you open your map, you have the upgrades on the side. What do you guys have right now?
I got a stamina and a speed.
I have 2 stamina. Wait, is this speed? Is this the orange one?
That's strength.
That's
I
strength.
think.
Yeah, fuck that.
I have health and speed.
I don't need strength.
Health and 2 stamina.
So someone took the strength. And,
Yum. I took a strength.
Okay.
Why are you slapping
You want
into
double
your
jump,
cereals?
What's your HP, Effie, by the way, right now?
66.
Oh.
69.
Oh, shit.
For you.
Damn it.
Missed. Alright.
Strength is basically the best thing on the game. Why, what did the beta do?
Oh, good.
Station.
Oh, the station. Finally.
Station.
Nick, you should get the triple jump. Didn't you want to try it?
Well, I've got 1 health, 1 stamina, 1 strength, and 1 range, so I feel like someone else should get it just to balance ourselves up a bit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Made weapons better?
Maybe we'll see
The blue one is double jump. It's funny.
Yeah.
I guess I'll eat it if no one wants it.
I guess
You
I'm
want to take it?
force feeding health to people as well.
Should I grab this as well, I guess? Fine, fuck it.
I have 56 HP right now, Momo. I haven't taken this yet.
51. No, you let me go.
Much better
past
balance for
69.
options? Right. That sounds interesting. I mean, I don't understand what strength even does anyways, but... Oh, I got a big thing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine, let's do this.
I have a drone. Hold on, I have a drone.
Oh, we got a feather drone.
Yep.
A what?
A feather drone. Hold on.
Lifted.
Left it now.
You are strong.
I'm amazing. Okay.
Alright. Just don't forget
need
to
help.
pick up the drone afterwards.
I need a little guidance.
One moment.
You'll be fine.
To the right.
Like, is it actually to the right? Is it this way?
Oh,
Yeah.
yep, straight. You're good.
Going straight. Should I just drop it
It's
in?
through.
Or
How expensive is it?
12,000?
Yeah, just ship it.
Then yeah,
Okay.
Oh, I heard a child laugh.
in the corner.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
What was the laughing children again?
Twisted through. Oh.
Can someone take this from me? Look up.
Oh, okay.
Jack?
I go.
Got it.
Hello? What's the laughing child? What did you do?
What the fuck?
Don't look at. Don't look at it.
Watch
Okay.
out.
Don't look at what?
If you mess me up, I'll blow you all up. I've got a gas tank.
Well,
Oh,
you
Do we
hear
have a
the
rogue?
you hear the child laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
It's like a Slenderman kind of thing. You just don't look at it, and it'll be fine.
Ow.
You mean Slenderman or Enderman?
Kind
That's
of both.
basically that.
It's for you, Momo.
What?
For you.
One thing I never get. Sounds
Ooh. This looks valuable. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I didn't think that would take half the fucking value.
Oh yeah, it's really easily breakable.
Yeah. It was, yeah. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. This way. Yeah. Oh, I hear a child.
Where's the yeah, where's the fucking child?
It's creepy.
I think we should place outside.
Outside?
Tip it over, I think. Yeah.
Oh, it's a good thing I was still holding it, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
I can hear the child.
I am the boss now.
Nick, I thought you were.
I will hurt you.
Oh,
I got
okay.
a bonsai.
Oh, I can double jump.
Oh. Bonsai.
Run into that. Breaking it? Probably. Yeah. I can see it
Did
happening.
anyone pick up the grenade we bought, like, at the start of the game?
That's a good question. It was there last time. I don't know if it was... Oh, you can open these?
We'd got to know then.
There's a pallet with nothing.
Oh, for fuck. Another one?
How many of those are there?
You know we're looting the chainsaw factory.
Diamonds.
It's fucking empty.
Oh, is it?
I have a diamond. Watch out! Fuck off! Fuck off!
Jesus! Give
Nah!
it to me!
Nah! Let's go forwards, I guess. No one saw that. Nobody was there to witness it. It's fine. As far as they're aware, there was no diamond. I didn't know it'd swing that hard around the corner.
Yeah, and the closets just look the same, they just close themselves.
The closet's big.
Oh,
Fucking hell!
fuck.
Why do you have to go through us so fast?
I fucking love. That's all I do. I love these doors.
We literally just had some cabinets and the door just randomly close on us. And then you just fucking kick it in.
Oh.
Stab it.
Oh god! I destroyed the door.
You ruined everything.
I didn't You can
Fuck's sake.
destroy doors. Wait, can I do it to this one? Let me try this.
Why did it kind of rip it over you?
Ow. It's broken. It's very broken. It's not broken.
Can't even see where I am, can you?
Is there anything here? Nope.
Oh, child. That's gone.
Child? What's down here?
Yeah, it was standing right in front of you for me.
What was Oh, there's a diamond and also a green thing.
And this door is open, I don't like that.
Oh, are they done? Okay, well there's,
Well, the
there's,
first one.
there's stuff in this corner. There's a green thing in the corner here if you want to bring it back. There's a green thing in the corner here if you want, if there's a, like, in the corner.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find out where the fuck everyone is.
Got a little bit turned around. I actually don't know where we are.
We need to head this way. The cart's over here. I mean, this isn't the actual way to go. It's just where the cart is. What the fuck was? Ooh, run!
Woman.
There's a woman.
Oh no.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Fuck. What the fuck did I just run into? Where is he, Perks? Yeah. It's just face planted something. I have no idea what.
Smashes it.
So,
Yeah.
I walked. Hello. I walked face first into Slenderman, I think. I didn't see him because I was holding a diamond in my hands and I just fucking planted myself into it.
What are you doing?
I was standing on your head for like a
Your
minute.
ass just appeared in my face. How have you?
I thought you'd be used to this.
Is it up
I'm
here?
trying to listen to Six's story. Come on.
But
finish.
yeah, I killed the child with the saw. Oh, hide. Bitch is sitting here again.
Oh no. A woman.
Woo!
You might want to leave.
I was trying to climb and I fell.
Oh.
I was trying to get up here.
See ya.
Can she climb? Is she? What is she like getting pissed off about? Is it my light?
I think it's me.
What are you doing?
Just being a woman. Oh no, that's you this time.
That's me. Okay, I'll just hide. Fuck it. Is she gone?
You can only hope that she's gone.
Yeah, see, I was trying to get up here and I fell and landed right in front of her.
Oh, you've got up there.
Yeah, I got double jump. What?
Hi, get back up there.
What? Oh, for God's sakes.
I've done it.
Is she still alive?
My precious.
Is she gone?
I don't know.
Can we hit her with
I'll
things?
find out.
Can we defeat her?
I tumbled in her face once, but that killed me, not her.
Oh, there she is.
Fuck's sake.
She's going for you. Oh, she's going for me. He's misses. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, Okay, but to finish my story, finally.
Oh, wonderful. Come back in.
Yeah, I killed a child with the saw.
Yeah.
The saw mattered obviously, then the fucking woman.
she's
stood
gone.
up and-
Nope, she's not.
And shattered the arm, by the way. She's yay.
There's a whole map to explore. Go somewhere else.
She's probably saying the same thing. He's like, why are you here? You know what? I think I'm gonna try and
Disagree.
Where's Effie, by the way?
I'm gonna just kite her. I think.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Well, she's going for me. You guys are fine. Oh, but this is blocking the path. Hang on. I'll get her. This way, crazy lady. Come over here. You know you want a piece of the Digby.
No chopping knees.
Oh, this is a dead end. That's not good. Ow, 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 ow. I didn't think she could reach me under the bed.
Coast is clear.
Why didn't I sprint?
Hello, Digby. Okay.
Hello.
Don't come up here, bro.
There you go.
Oh, I can't hear me. Okay. If they see you go on the... Yeah, I just thought she couldn't. Like, physically couldn't.
She's upstairs. I don't know for how long.
To the extraction point or the
This way.
money
Yeah,
point?
this way.
Yes, bring it.
You gotta go this way.
Is that not where she is though?
No, she's not here right now.
Can I, like, go into free cam?
Digby,
What's that tomato in the car?
look at him. Go
Digby
Appleboy.
tried to do heroics and then ran off into a dead end. I can't get it up.
Effie, there you are. No. Good morning.
Money!
Good money.
You could sass them with TTS. Yeah, that would be great.
Why are you leaving the car? We need it. Oh.
Oh, she's still there.
Oh. I'm going here.
Oh!
Do I come back?
No.
What the hell? Why did I just get knocked down?
The
There's
money.
worse things to get knocked over by a money bag.
Jackson's
Oh. I need eels. Where do I get an eel? Oh, not there, that's for sure.
She's not gonna give you any.
I am here to distract. Or not.
She
I'll
is
take the
behind
card.
the stairs. Just go.
Let's go.
Hello.
Come on.
She's coming. She's coming. I mean, I'm gonna try and jump. I don't know about you. Wait, which way did they go? Oh god, I did it again. Which way did they go? Oh, that way, okay. The fuck is that? Is that the fucking baby?
It's tried to throw the barrel. I picked it up from its hands.
I think I just saw the baby.
Get all that shit in there. That's a good question. I did not think about that. Next question.
With difficulty.
What the fuck is happening here?
We're playing Tetris.
Oh, you can pull the barrel in easily. Oh, it's explosive though. I see.
The barrel can go in the cart.
Okay.
You can go watch out for the baby.
That's good.
There we go.
Help. Someone help.
Do we need to lift this
I can't
first?
pull it alone.
No, we can.
Do we want to like stand it up? Because then we could like
Coming
easily.
Upright. Out.
Oh wait, it might hit the ceiling. It's counted. It's counted.
Get up.
Get it out. Now we might want to get it upright.
It might hit the ceiling though. That's my worry.
Oh, we might have to lift it up. The cart is not gonna fit in otherwise.
Can... I think we just have to pull the card and go fast.
I will send the cart as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'll
Alright.
go the way.
3, 2, 1, go.
What about all the extra? Oh, we've got extra out there, haven't we?
We don't have space.
That's the best I can do with the cart. Yeah.
I don't think that'll work.
That's fine.
Get back.
That's okay.
No, it won't be.
The cart, the barrel will the cart can explode at this point. Oh, there we go.
It worked. We're
Easy. Oh, we have to get out.
geniuses.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, we left a bunch of.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was no shot to get that in though. Violence.
If I can't have it, no one will.
Yeah.
Oh, baby!
Baby.
So do we just not look at it, you said?
Die, you idiot.
No, that's a different baby.
Oh. What? Just murder a baby.
Don't you?
Yeah, true.
No.
Oh. What?
What?
What? As if you would never do that. Yeah. I just didn't know I could. Oh, we're nearly there.
For the woman that shows up at any point.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Looks like we've done it.
I'll just bribe her.
Good job, guys. Easiest clear of our lives.
Oh my god.
It reaches so far.
Oh, it only gives you a little heal when you enter.
When you get back, yeah.
Where's a grenade?
Oh no.
Yeah, Yazuki.
Oh, what?
God damn it.
Oh, there's not many like explosives.
There's one.
Eh.
We should see him
Oh.
move. Which way is it? This way? Yeah.
No.
Anyone want?
Fuck! I mistimed it.
Well.
No, no.
Hold on.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh my god. You should check this out, guys. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome. Oh my god, I fucking died! They fucking killed me!
It's like we're in space now.
Amazing. Get back in! Fucking murdered me in cold blood. What was that grenade? Jesus Christ.
It was so nice.
What is this?
Just jump.
Oh! Can I like rocket jump with this?
I don't know.
What's the crystals for?
Do we need extra car?
Do we get an extra car?
Do we get extra car?
What crystals for? Oh, they make nice noise.
It's a weird tomato floaty.
They recharge our stuff.
Strike!
I don't have any
Oh.
stuff. What? Miss.
Fuck! What was that? Wait, I have 1 health. Is it because I got revived?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's too expensive.
Where's he gone?
I've got the zero
in the middle of the
gravity. Ah!
Stop it! Stop resisting.
Okay, fine.
Stop attacking.
What the fuck even happened?
I didn't know you could like knock someone out with the grenade like before it explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? This, it's tethered to the grenade.
Does that mean I can throw it as far as I want?
Maybe. Whoa! Okay, that's kind of awesome. That's so good.
That's the actual end game strat.
Potato crystals? What the heck?
Well, like, slap me over budget.
How do you... Can I attach it to something? How do you attach it to that anyways? Like, what the fuck?
There you go.
Don't know how it happened. I think it shouldn't be able to.
Oh, weird.
Let's go.
God damn it.
No! Stand there!
Violence! Oh. Since some way people kept demolishing. What the fuck is that? Wait, we bought the cluster grenades?
Oh, yeah. It's really good.
Oh, fuck, my knees! Oh! Owie.
How much does this heal? Oh, can I eat this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just healing people so I can actually take 100 without it being fucked.
Oh, actually, I probably should have done that, but yeah.
Alright. Don't you dare.
Why is this so good? Oh, fuck. Ugh.
Mini cart. You can put that in your
What?
pocket.
Watch this do.
Must what do?
So no one wants the grenades.
Watch.
I don't
Yeah,
trust
watch this do.
myself, but I mean, I mean, if you want me to, I can do it.
Well, as long as you don't throw it on her.
Ow! Who the fuck?
I was. You just wasted 9 out.
You hit me as well!
Momo.
Where did the grenades
What
go?
this do?
What are you saying?
They're here.
Oh, you took it. Okay. Alright, fair enough.
Watch this do.
What does what do?
This do. This thing. It's.
I have a television and a... Oh, what's in the sea? Oh, nothing.
We brought the cart, right?
Can I get some help? Downstairs. Can I get some... Hello.
Oh, it's the fucking TV.
Yeah. And me. Hello.
Hey, you were meowing.
Where are you?
I was meowing?
No, the TV was.
Oh, okay. Where's the cart?
It's a good question.
It's in the corner of the room. It's right there. Other way. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way.
We can also bring it to the extraction, I think.
What, you want to bring it to extraction? Well, it's probably too late now.
I don't
Fuck it. There we go.
If it
Perfect.
fits, it's
Perfect placement. There's a diamond down here as well. No.
I don't give enough of shit.
God damn it.
Beautiful. Hello, I just fell from the ceiling. There was a trapdoor. Okay. Good talk.
But she didn't follow me over this.
What?
There's a new enemy. Don't worry, have fun.
Oh, okay.
Go over there.
Alright.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
Hello. There's somebody breathing. Oh god. There's some things. Oh, I'm being pulled. Help! 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 What the fuck is this? What? I guess that's what the breathing thing was. Well, I found some wine. How the fuck do I find my way back to them? This one guy abducts you. Just like sends you to a fucking random room. What a dick. What was that? Oh. I can hear something. I'm surprised I didn't get thrown into the fucking pit. Jesus. Hello?
Oh my god, he's alive.
I got... Oh, there's a vomit monster. Oh, Jesus. Hello.
Put out the door.
Yeah, I got fucking yeeted across the map. I'm a bit confused, but...
Nope, go away. Finished.
Where's the cart? I'm sorry, where's the bridge? Are you... Oh, there, okay. I don't know if you're aware, I did just get fucking sent miles away.
Yeah, I've seen. It was funny.
I'll let you do your thing first. Am I good?
This is not the activated extraction yet. We'll have to still go back.
Oh, can I leave it here though?
No! Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, shit. I'll just put it like... Gently.
Watch out, guys, I'm coming through.
What? My wine! Why would you do that to my wine?
You didn't see that.
What the fuck was that?
That's some horrible noise. Excuse me? Was it the windy guy?
It's a jockey.
Marshmallow kind of looking motherfucker?
Oh, I saw a marshmallow looking guy when I was getting dragged halfway across the map.
Oh no.
Yeah, I just flew right through him, he didn't touch me.
That's him.
Okay. What's this here?
Guys, we're gonna have a...
That's upstairs.
Something above.
Oh, it's a vase. It's really awkward to get as well. And there's also a fucking rhino. I have no idea. Hello, So Lost. Oh god, what the fuck is that? Oh, okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you above me?
Yeah,
there
sorry.
you are.
Hi. Ow.
Oh.
Sorry. Did that just destroy? There's some
I
stuff.
guess so,
There's some
whatever.
stuff over here, but it's hard to get.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, there's a rhino thing here. And then we got the vase here. I'm gonna try something.
Do you need help with it?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah. Be below.
Okay.
Be below. You got it?
I got it.
I'm gonna let go. Why did you let go, Millie? What the hell? I thought I saw you turn into it. I was like, oh, they've got this. Yep. Okay, I got another one. I got another one. Oh god.
I can do better.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna let go. Oh, okay, I'm gonna let go.
I have it now, yeah.
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ.
So we have to put this in a different extraction.
Oh.
There we go. Hold on.
You wanted to go to the other extraction, right?
What the fuck was that? What is that? It's just like a walking fucking bed sheet. It's not even walking. Oh, it's like on the ground.
It's a Ghibli movie.
Okay. The fuck is its problem?
Yeah, me too.
Robe? Casual 6K gone for it. Yeah. Oh.
This is Effie.
Run. Whoa! All I hear is "Take me, run." I turn around and I just fucking explode.
Fucking that damn woman screaming.
Oh, oh hey, Omega.
How's it going?
I just noticed whenever people talk in the on the bottom left, you can see their eyes looking at people talking.
Yeah, it's cute, right?
That's awesome.
I think all of them.
Look at me.
I'm backing it.
Go.
Mamma. Mamma.
Snake, wait. Snake.
Wait, I have many skulls.
I think it's too late.
That's fine, there's 4 more extraction points.
Uh-oh.
Nor. Fuck. I wish I have to bring FD. Broin. That's the tiniest little money bag I've seen in my entire life.
Well, we have like 30k.
Didn't run in the right direction. I didn't even fucking see it.
Oh, I see. So we're just gonna put the hook in and bank it again.
So yeah.
Wait, I gotta see
Yeah, the
this.
thing wouldn't calm down. It just kept running around like crazy.
It literally could not have been
There's 2 of
timed
them,
better.
right?
I heard first I heard
What, robes?
Yeah.
I've seen an eyeball and a robe. I don't know what else there is.
Because I saw a robe walk past Effie and neck hiding, and then I walked away from it, and then there was a robe again.
What?
Yeah, I think they're hid in the same
Horrible.
room, so it just probably went for all of them. I'll grab the hats quick.
They must have because it was really fucking quick.
Oh, that's a little collection.
I guess they found us. Yeah.
Walking into the room with 3 heads was like, goddamn. Just a murder scene. And then I turn around and the murder's right there.
Can we just send it straight up like this?
Not if they keep falling out.
Oh, just...
What is this? Why are they both just going? What?
I don't think they fit in the cart very well.
Yeah, but Neck's not holding anything.
He's activating the thing, I guess.
I'll bring them over, but I think we'll have to put them on the extraction.
Oh,
Oh my god, why? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I heard some weird noises, so
That was probably me with the puppet.
oh, okay, yeah, that might have been it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Wait, do you have cards? I'll use the drone for the statue. For myself, I guess.
Go. Whoops.
Go.
Pushing you, go.
That looks good.
Oh, we've got a feather drone. Cool.
It's time to wakey soon.
Oh yeah, I'm going.
Did that just nearly get you?
Yep.
Ah! The money!
Good morning.
Hello.
Thank you!
Hello.
Rubber's back.
It's okay.
Oh, we still got like 2 more places to go then.
The moment I heard those screams in a short succession,
Oh.
I knew you guys were
Like
fucked.
Oh,
Wait, what's the blue on the map?
that's the cart, isn't it?
An item that somebody dropped.
Oh, that.
Oh, it's a cluster grenades.
Oh.
Oh.
Wonderful. We might need that.
Let's go get the granada.
What the fuck is that? It's like an eyeball. There's
That's
eye.
how you got.
Did you trigger it?
It blew up on the floor. I don't know what just happened. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I see.
Ah.
It's fine. He's used to it by now.
Ooh.
It's just back into his natural habitat, spectator mode.
There's this mod I really like.
Sorry.
It's
Oh, hide.
No.
I don't know where she went, but oh, okay.
Woo! Oh.
Idiot.
Oh, did you get it with the grenade?
Yeah.
Nice.
I think
Okay.
he doesn't respawn for 10 minutes now.
We still need to find the extraction. We haven't found it yet.
I'm guessing.
I'll try up ahead over here, I think. Actually, no, that's not right. That's just... What is that? Why is it dark on my screen? Oh, because it's a different floor. Oh, okay. Guess someone found it. Why is this only worth 800? Who the fuck did this? Oh, is this where we died? Oh, this might have been where we exploded, never mind. Oh, you're just vomiting. Jesus, okay.
Yeah,
Didn't know what the fuck that was.
I ate too many beans, sorry.
Oh, okay. Further up, I guess. Hello.
Calling, Mom.
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah, I bringeth the goods. Are we good? Is Omega's head still in here? I didn't actually check. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Should I do
Oh
it?
my god, the card.
Yeah, I've been dragging it the whole way. You guys just fucked off.
There is a bunch of little shit still. We don't know where the other extraction is. Maybe we can grab some more stuff.
There's still the rhino.
Oh.
Everyone died back.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't think we can get that up the stairs. Ah, we can. It's not too heavy. Oh, the little rhino. Oh my god, a monkey.
Ooh, and a pocket watch.
Sit, idiot.
Oh fuck.
Nice, nice film.
God damn it.
I don't like it's not in the. Oh wait, it's upstairs.
You've got it. Money.
Is
The woman, I thought you said Big Mac.
Oh, is there nothing else up here? Oh. Okay.
I haven't been up here in a while. Lily, are you not taking care?
What do you mean? She's exploring. It's okay. Maybe. I don't know. I lost track. I'm sorry. Wee!
I mean, Omega can tell us if she died, I guess.
Effie! There she's here, see?
What? Oh. Hi.
Hello?
I love that every time you walk into the room silently, you just look like you've seen some
Hello.
shit.
I am
Hello.
back again for the 200th time.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Got the way.
Ow!
Jesus Christ. Wee.
Where are we headed?
Sorry, I didn't.
Take me to the sea.
Okay. Can you sing a shanty?
No.
Cute.
What?
Cute.
Oh, watch your eyeball.
I'm behind it.
No, you can see it's bum. Oh, wait, it's bum.
See what's bum?
Yeah, that was fucking weird.
The eyeball's bum.
The eyeball has a bum?
Yeah, both buttocks.
Ew. Wait, is it up here?
Is this like the start area? I see
Don't
something.
think so.
Absolutely nothing.
It's a diamond.
I'm so lost.
Yeah, we've got another point to find.
Yeah. God damn, man.
You managed to get the Granita?
They were used. They killed the Vogelwood.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes and no.
Yeah. They're gone.
Hold on.
Oh, there's a yellow here.
I need the cards. Right over here. Yeah.
Where? Oh, come in.
Oh, I see monkey.
No. Wait.
Drop it in now.
I got it.
I have a monkey.
Hold on.
Nice.
I am a Hotate master.
A monkey!
What's your monkey? No!
There we go.
Fuck designed this room.
See, this is where I got dragged into, and I almost... Okay.
I'm gonna put this over here a second.
We haven't been to the straight ahead.
Section here.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's good for killing monsters.
It's like the furthest away, so we have to move all the way back to the ship.
Alright, I'll start moving.
Hey, no! Can you?
I'm nearly dead.
Two-person cooperation.
It's going to be fun.
Oh, marshmallow! Marshmallow! Marshmallow!
A marshmallow?
He's at the door where we came from.
Ew.
He was just staring at me. I don't know what to do about that information, but I'm gonna check again if he's there.
Threaten him.
He's gone. The marshmallow is gone. Wait.
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you hear that?
You guys spoke. There was a marshmallow?
He's here.
Effie's got the right.
He's
idea.
here. The marshmallow's here.
Where do I see him? I don't know if he's. Oh, he's coming. He will charge.
I know, but he's gonna do his squats first, right?
Walk into the hall. Do it. Oh no.
Effie, I think he's mad at you.
No, look, no, he ran off. That's alright.
Okay.
Close.
What the fuck? He couldn't reach Effie, so he was just shouting at her.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Where did the marshmallow go?
I don't know. He went this way. He went out this way, rather.
I can try to get it with the present on, but...
Yeah. I don't. It's fine. We got money. What's in here? There's a yellow. Oh, okay.
But we could have more money.
That's true.
Why is there like something heavy in the other room?
Trying to get a TV out. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Watch your step.
You should watch your step. You're the one who's walking backwards.
I mean,
towards
I
the
guess I'm
abyss.
sort of talking to myself, but yeah. Okay. Where's the door? Am I at the door?
No, keep going.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Guys, is there a way we can get above the bed? Oh, I see what you mean.
Are we here? Where are we?
How much is this?
It's too much.
shit.
It's too
It's got
much.
shit.
We can put it on the cart, no? We just lay it flat on the cart. Should I let go of this?
Will it fit?
Yeah, we can lay it flat.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'll go from the bottom.
Oh, I'm on the. Okay, hang on. I got the top. Okay, I'm going. Yeah. This is. Okay, yeah, that's good. I guess that'll do. Yeah, there we go. What the fuck was that
Go to
scream?
the left here. Attack them. I think the robe is back.
Oh.
Absolutely, yes, but...
It better not be.
I mean, it could just be a new one, right? Like, I imagine it just spawns a new one.
Oh, yeah, they spawn all the time, but...
You say you wanted to get up here?
You'll have to, you have to get up there. You
Okay.
got the jump.
Hang on.
Just don't die doing so.
Oh!
Oh, it's not enough. Whoa.
Someone go prone.
Oh, this might work, actually. Hang on.
Yeah, if you go Q, so I can lift you up there.
Q?
Yeah. The robe is coming. Oh, fuck.
Please, please. I don't want to die. A little higher, little higher. There you go. That's it.
No, it went again.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is very awkward. What is this? Oh, it's like a weird clown.
Poke his nose. Okay, I can take it, I guess.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm coming down. Like an airstrike.
Oh, that was a Goomba. I guess we're shipping it.
Yeah, we've got a lot.
Just gonna have to fucking dodge that rope on the way back, and we're so far away. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's the worst that could happen.
What could possibly happen? Yeah, totally not the thing like last time.
Are you running?
Oh yeah. I'm watching the spectacle.
Okay.
Okay, he just inhaled. I think there's something bad over there.
It's there.
It's there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's fine. What's the worst it's gonna do?
Oh, it's from me, man.
Oh shit, was that the robe? Oh, that's the robe. She's there. Watch out. She's in the room. She's getting vomited on.
Did you ever?
I did vomit on her, but it did.
She's looking under. Oh, okay. Well, that's a perish. Marshmallow! Marshmallow!
That's exactly how I always found the pretty deep on. Oh, there's a feather.
You perfectly hit. Yeah. Are we okay? Is it safe? It is not safe. Great. to head straight. Oh god, the breathing! The breathing man is here! Oh, I don't know where he went though. I think he's fucked off. There's a floating head somewhere. Oh, I guess I got them. Oh no, it's there! Yeah.
Are you good with the head?
Am I... Will I die if the vomit monster gets me?
No.
Okay, because I'm on 1 health.
Oh, you might then.
Oh, well fucking... Oh, right.
Not again.
How the fuck did it go after me?
He must be. I wasn't even hidden.
I think the marshmallow's coming. Careful.
Oh.
Oh, he will be.
It keeps giving me the prompt to grab them and I really want to. She can see me.
She can't reach you.
The marshmallow. Yeah, she can't reach me. Should I just touch her?
No? Maybe.
Go.
Go.
What do you mean
No,
go?
don't.
Okay.
She keeps coming back and forth. Oh my god.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try the next time. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I'll try in a second thing. Oh, okay, maybe not. She's going towards you. Okay, I'm gonna fucking go. So what a way to go. I think I've nearly made it. No, it's this way.
Hello, how many dead?
Not sure yet. 1 at least. How the fuck? When did you get here? What the fuck?
Oh my god, dude, I've been waiting for like 3 minutes.
Do we need this?
At this point, unless we want to go pick them up, no.
Okay. Oh, hi.
Yeah, no.
I think that's it. I think that's all of us. I don't know what happened to the others in the room with the...
Where's Effie?
Momo is still alive. Effie died next to Momo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see a head moving, so...
Oh yeah, the head's moving.
Where do you... How do you see the head moving? What?
If you see the red dots.
Oh, the red. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a head.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
He's gonna make it. Nothing bad will possibly happen. Yay!
Money.
Ah,
Can't believe I made it back. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why is it taking so long? What's happening?
Well, that Snowman guy was literally camping Effie and me in the room.
Yeah, and the fucking lady was camping me. It was awful. Shows sometimes and doesn't leave. Oh, I see.
Went past me, I just ran, and I knew that everyone else was still behind me.
Oh. I think we should probably call it here though, right? Because it's getting quite late.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Is there anything up?
Dude,
The fuck is this?
the best thing
Oh, that's the
ever.
chute.
Stop it.
Ow! Is there no ceiling this time?
Yeah, it usually is.
Where? I don't
There you
see
go.
it.
Have a Momo.
Ow! Where's the ceiling? Where's the...
Fine.
No! Ah! Oh, what the fuck is happening? What?
That sounds so hollow.
That would be fragment, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
Ow.
Oh shit, that didn't work. Oh my god! Where did the grenade go?
Come here.
Huh?
Come here. Go sit in the toilet.
I saw what happened. No! Fuck! Why is this so fun? We need like games based on this, just PvP games.
We haven't even got to do the round of bloody King of the Losers yet.
King of the Losers?
Yeah, when we all die, we have a massive face-off.
Ah.
And the person that wins gets a crown for the next like session.
Oh, that didn't work. Hang on. I can't get the throw right. Let's try this again.
I shit at it still. Oh!
There you go.
Alright, I'm gonna skadoodle in a minute.
E.
Ah! No! No! Not like this! No! No, I'm gonna die! No!
Why did my charges go? Ah!
Are you winning? We're having a good time, yeah.
As if we just
We haven't
stay
failed,
over
if that's what you mean.
Oh, almost dead too.
Hello. Oh, we actually killed them. Fuck.
Well, so be it.
Wait, how did you self-destruct? Ow. Wait, am I the only one? What am I meant to do? Fuck it.
I guess we can end on
It's
the King of
not.
the... Yeah.
The new option?
No,
Oh.
you can't buy in the shop.
Oh. Oh, it just sends us?
buy
Okay.
But now you can do it. You have to press escape and then press self-destruct.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why are we here again?
Menu option. Right.
No, I gotta go.
If we self-destruct now, we might get to the King of the Losers.
No, don't do it. We have such a good run.
Is this a... Do we do it? Do we send it?
He's absolutely not.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you can have the trophy. She's not blowing up. Come on.
Self-destruct.
You
Run.
find it.
Oh no!
There we go. Let's see this then.
Really? Oh.
Disposal arena.
Go.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh! Let me go. Oh, the ducky doesn't. Oh, fucking hell.
No!
Ah!
No! 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 No!
That's the weapon. No! No! No!
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Are you agree? Yeah? No!
Yes!
Go!
Yeah. No! Oh, wait, let me get a weapon, let me get a weapon. We can have a fair fight! No! Where the fuck? Why can't I pick up the weapon? Oh, fuck me. What the? What? That's not fair! I didn't know that was gonna happen! God damn it.
Woo!
I had no idea the arena was gonna collapse. What the fuck? Oh.
Where's the fun in
Just
playing
creates PvP. Yeah, it seems like it. Coward. Didn't want to fight a fair fight.
Thank you.
That was good fun.
Yeah, it was alright. It was good. Oh, good.
Thank you. See you later.
GG's.
Good night.
Goodbye. Doing this crown. Let's see this run. I guess so. Oh yeah, I suppose that's how it works. Can I join in? It was a friends lobby. We're done now anyways. Alright, I'm gonna fucking go chill the fuck out. I am dead. Oh. Yeah, we just finished. Let's see. Sean is playing Peak. We'll give Sean a raid. Are you ending? Yeah, I'm ending. By being Peak, I'm actually kind of chill with Peak. Raid. Sean. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just fucking come. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow with something or another. More lying tomorrow, probably. But yeah. Goodbye.